Good evening, and thanks for the button push, Darth. Hi. So, apologies for yesterday. Final Fantasy 14 was being DDoSed. And only stopped being DDoSed this morning. Though from what I understand, in America, it still is. But thanks so much, Darth, for the 64 months. Yes! Seriously. I couldn't stay on the game for more than 20 minutes yesterday. That's why the stream was... I have no idea. It's like back what happened when STO was getting... Cryptic were getting DDoSed and STO was down. Not just STO, that was their website, Neverwinter, a whole bunch of playing games. Last time, we climbed the Tower of Zot and liberated the elephants after fighting the three Magna Sisters. We almost plummeted to our death because it turned out the tower, after we turned it off, stopped existing. Unfortunately, Graham was able to use a teleport spell to get us on the ground. Ooh, neat! Oh, and important note, there was the central focus for the tower was a dude's arm. We hung out with Vitra, who was one of the first brood. He thanked us for saving his people. We're like, yeah, be cool like that. Then we had a nice chat with him. Yeah, dude's arm. Liquid. Had a nice chat about Miko Summer, his siblings, and the importance of friendship. And how we need to do what we can to make sure harm does not come to those we care about. Then the twins arrived. Before heading out, we got a massive reward of charms that will protect about an entire platoon of people from being tempered. So whilst Thancred, Urian J, and Yerstola went to deliver those, us, the twins, Graha and Krya, went back to Charlia and just hung out. There was burgers, really big burgers. Oh, we also learned about a I forget what they called it. Akija? It's a form of energy which is separate to ether, which is powered by powerful emotions. Did Tachi have a chance to watch Backlash? Well, I watched it live. It's just it happened when I normally have my friends about, so we just watched it together. I enjoyed Backlash. I thought it was a kind of a meh-ish match-wise, but the crowd made it so good. So good. They carried that. And it's why I expected it to be. They're not going to do any big changes this soon after Mania. The tag titles was the tag titles and women's tag and... Come on, brain. And the Bailey match was the only one I was expecting any belt to change hands at all as a possibility, but And the tag did. But that was a good show. You know, Kyrie's facial expression when she realized what was about to... Yeah! Was a good one. Anyway, today we resume because we got invited to join a company going to Garlemald. Believe it or not, the entire recap took 3 hours last time. Really, that takes over. We're not taking over the world. We're going to help the people who were trying to take over the world. Massive difference. By taking over the world. Alright. I'm doing it better. That would sell the second. Not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Anyway, are you guys ready to meet the company? The members of the Ilsaval contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Of course! Oh, hey! Thanks for the sub, Bubs! Also, Nikki Aldous made me the second greatest GM SmackDown has ever had. That was great! I absolutely loved him coming out to change the match on the fly. It's like, fine, you're not going to respect the rules? Here you go, no longer rules. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsberg contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12. Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Yes, Damaska. Also, Bubs, I hope that lag sorted itself out. That sounds extreme. I've always been... We would not... I don't think even Alpha would shoot. I think most of the room would, considering. Oh boy, we have a lot of people in here. So, this man here is from the Gunbreaker quest. I think the only one we missed. Doven Street. Here from a certain street of my own that you've been rather busy of late. You might wonder why a potion would one day aid the Guardians. Simple. I'm a Gunbreaker, and my duty is to defend. The way I see it, the civilians of the capital are in need of my protection. So that will do. I'm glad to see you well, Relina. Grandmother was worried about you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods then told a strange dream. Two suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret the dream. Same as a sign that great danger awaits. Whatever lies ahead, walk with me, traveler. Oh god. That person that managed it after a decade has probably inspired a lot of other people. And so you guys understand, there is a lot of these. An exceptionally large amount of these. You get the idea. So, Star Thori, how have you been this week? I could not put the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do so as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this planet Serena's request. Now she thinks it is a worthy cause. That is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown up for strong of late. She is much better accompanied on a hunt than one of the steps Oafish men could dream to be. Oh, they will have continued. Yes, they will. Years. The first person to ever do it only did it a couple months ago, and it took them a decade. With the mold, Championada, Dothrai, having sent to me many here, I had thought to defend the step in their absence. And I would have done so had it were not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of the feral Dothral dog. As first among my brothers, I couldn't do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Oh, nice! Stargate, in my opinion, starts off really, really good, and then sort of starts going down a bit. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. For commerce such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm almost certain of it. I was half expecting to find the man totally red magic amongst our number. He's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he had a share of his unpleasant experience with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's another reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure you'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay improved since we last met. You're part of a joint military operation like this before. We're far greater numbers. For some reason, this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared without memory more than introductions, there's already a powerful sense of camaraderie. Yeah, it's almost as if they know someone that sort of brings them all together. I do not expect to see the other former Azure Trooper here in multiple places. As he well knows, I'm the one from Rebel's greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we hit on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. I'll see for them to dealing with the literal thank God. Oh, that's fair. The palace has finally been recognized by the Order of Twin Adder. And actually, Guy does also here helping us. Plus his ability is large unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you may not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. Right, these two are from the Bard quest line that we that was meaning to do that we didn't. Melina. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing with Sanson spoken to me. But maybe he's being a brother in arms. Who might go petrified? That shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This Bard's unit is rather quite impressive, really. Yes, one might give credit where credit is due. Almost rather uncouth for one to do so otherwise, after all. You may have forgotten him, but a rune from the White Mage is here. In case you're wondering, the Shabbat will be staying behind and defend the 12th with the sisters. She was of the opinion that she would make a useful addition to our contingent. He's here to make good use of her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering. But ultimately, I was decided that our skill would be better suited to use to keep the whole homeland safe. I am, of course, obliged to share with her every detail when I return. He's come so far since being a massive stickler for the rules. Greetings, Relina. It appears that both the Thea and Doth, Raidini, her, and Who and Bonisa, both as well as Harry. So for the time being, my research on an ancient name must wait. And this guy is from the Scholar Quest. They're representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with their hammers and theirs, they can put on fair fight themselves. But better luck, this will be over and done before you know it. When it is over, you can play the Axemaster to visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Yuta and avenged the boys' parents. Very like we yesterday. This guy's from the Warriors. Till the Empire fell, Guardians were the only ones we were allowed to oppose a tower spawn at sea. Not easy pickings. I made myself pretty good. Thanks to being so generous to me and mine, but at the time I returned the favor, giving a little something back. Pippin! Often Father has told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of occupation. I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. The Garland has long been our bitter enemy. Our grace is elected to oppose the Ilsburg contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. The representatives of the Solstice, we are on contingent of the cause. Oh, Kabuki, you should remember, it was only a few weeks ago. Games Kabuki is recruited. We follow your example. Devastator's lawful, but the full extent of our powers. Pouring off their brothers. We go through surrender. It seems as long as we were sailing across the River Sea, so long ago we were sailing across the River Sea, changing the course of the Azim Step with Serena and the others. I'd say they were overdue for another adventure. Brings back memories to see the familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter. I like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in years to come. For that to happen, or to make it all of us alive. Don't you die on me, right? This young lady is from the Pugilist storyline for the monks. I'm so glad I found you. I brought for you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see. I have every confidence that your fish shall bring the Telophroi to their knees, and should you anticipate any beautiful maidens thereabouts, forcing them to them in my bursts. Charming master. Well, more fool me for thinking the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, figure there's no existence poking on the valley ahead. My lord with the pillars to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, but we all may be united in the common cause. When we are disparaged as a radical element, the centers and to destabilize the empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in the unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have been the same fate had I not affected. Nevertheless, so dream of equality, peace for us all. As the world still stands in the brink of the collapse, I hold out hope that one day the dream will become reality. Well, well, have I known that a social gathering this winter ought to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Can I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the staff? Perhaps I should introduce myself. I don't much like the look of that fellow in the enormous axe. Well met, Helena. Well met. It would seem my machinas have been called upon to serve tournament events, which, according to my prospectometer, provide quite the opportunity. I shall show the world the full extent of the machinery's worth. Of that and more, you can be sure of the fact. This guy's from the Machinist Guild. In fact, he's the actual guy who teaches you how to use a gun. Have a look at you. The touch never saying to the battlefield, perhaps. Well, I should be out there alongside you. The temple knights severed with your fine van. Oh, may not look it. I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time. So you can rest assured I will give you all I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be showing up that you are steady. And Albrecht, that long friend from the Dragoon Quest. At close times when discussing the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have my countless steadfast allies all our journey's course. And indeed, we are joined today by many of new acquaintances who in time shall become to call our comrades. And may have friends. And that is everyone! Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amoyad and several other tribes offered to send their troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabad. They would also like to prove tempering agents for abducting by the Kelmorphrai. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses than yours here. So the eager to do more has been noted. We shall say, we few shall have to suffice. If we were back, we must distribute the warning scales to our comrades. Care to be honest? Oh god, he just talked to everyone again. We heard that we would be cold at Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are told to keep these close at all times. I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message for Heat from the inn. In distant lands at times of strife, together stand, together fight. The darkness shines, the light of life. I've always done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othrad, has been plagued by the towers. Yet when he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people. With their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. And we at the step at the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yes? So these are the faint warding skills. Enough for me of a man, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow the footsteps of Master Matua and learn all there is to learn the star we call home. Indeed, this is the prime reason I volunteered to rejoin this expedition. To rejourney outside of Talswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded Tachi. Let them tag along to see the sights. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should the fight break out. I hear you got someone for us. Ah, them scales been talking about. Great little things, ain't they? They will be worth a gill or two when it's no longer. We'll alter it for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't you send Enzia instead? Not even that, no. All Captain Hayfield told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. But here I am. Can't say they haven't got the sense of him. Of course, some of you might be wondering why I go dive in some dry land, in the middle of a solid snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail. Wherever the saying goes in airships. I set up warning skills, I spy. But I would know what they look like. Ah, look at these! Even a layman like me could tell they're brushed in with ether. Not a bear to fend off the templing waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, this will give us one less thing to worry about. Let's just reach the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us at Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? You never know. How much so the Seventh Hells but gave a better chance to put Xenos back in the grave for evil balls. Boarding scales and discarding delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray to Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, when I threw in my lot with those secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the country I betrayed. And that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Yeah, but what is count for me too? Thank you for this. And we're going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some knowledge, if I may. You have been told many to wear the cold of the spot, and I cannot stress enough that not to take the sword lightly. We'll take a warning. Out of this should be essential made woven textures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild. I understand they are no substitute for proper protection. Only provision is for protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alchemist Report. When you make your final preparations, I will have the airships ready for pilots ready the airships. Alright. We've been told to wrap up warmly. So I made this earlier. Alfie, Alfie, Alfie! This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You need to worry about the NG and I. We saw what we were Garlemald for. Standing claims to be quite warm and does beating its armor. And since he was spent a fair bit of time up north recently, as well, I'm not really those words. Many others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you can do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not already service stock. Not to find a point on it, I would be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had to find something of my own liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the silence in need of a tailor I hear? But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsebard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments. I'm made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Perhaps, besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I do have one thing to share. I Taurus and Linda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while. To keep an eye on that for Israeli Orzia. Since we'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlotte. Well, why not? Yankee Crowd coming in about this Unanix. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Wilson really did a fine job carrying on our stead, where we kept laying comatose. They've been charged with rice stones, we're nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, I'm confident you won't go collapse again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similar disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlotte. I do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much. That's the only thing I can do for you. I'm gonna pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter willies, handcrafted by yours truly. It's okay, Tatar. I want to look like a genome soldier. Why? Why is it always fucking storming out here? I thought the airship pilots we sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. But be careful, won't you? Many of us, there'll be something of a homecoming. Well, this just found there was one of our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of the expedition. What resources are at your disposal? If there's assault, might be able to further assistance. Please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Yeah, get me out of here. I blame Zeus.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Agile are apparently built different. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot,
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Assuming there's nothing else you wish to perform, you make amends to our mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Damn, spotted.
I am terrible at this. There is no achievement if you get through all this without being spotted. I am not good at it. Because I keep forgetting that 3 makes me invisible for a moment. Like, that's what you're meant to do. But you guys see me play Metal Gear, I'm not the best at stealth. I enjoy stealth games, but I'm no good at them. Codex alarms. Tancred! Are you there? This is a terrible time to talk. Do you know what the accident is? Tancred? What? Ba-da-dum.
Must be losing my touch.
Alright. Cannot stealth Magitech. I think your thanks, Rex Garlemald is doomed. Yeah. Granted, the Garlemald had ranks. We were probably in a worse state than we thought we were.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Must bar the way. Ah. Glory be. Glory be. Glory.
Must be losing my touch. That's it. You do your little guitar rotate. You go there, and then you go around there. Have we seriously been streaming an hour? We've done one mission. Go to sleep. I was tempted, by the way, to name this stream as Metal Gear Solid Hunt because I knew this bit was coming.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Right, that takes care of Metal Gear and Thancred. A few months later, the rear deals about contingent supply of carbines.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
A
brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
The brother was cruel to set you here. Feel bad for yourself. You're actually not doing well in the pressure this time.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
What's up, Raha? Hello.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a little more. Hear that?
Okay, I'm gonna die now.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Sure thing. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's Vigilia! Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Oh, Pepper's a Dark Knight now.
for the sun!
It's nice to, for once, meteors on my side.
A worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Well, what's left of it.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
We're finally here, guys.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Oh, and I didn't mean it. I am cosplaying a genome right now. I'm just having it all for cutscene purposes. Despite the obstacles we faced on our plans proceed apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking your Stola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Say and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over there as my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis a monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Yet at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows uncertainly towards it, converging into the swirling mass of unfathomable power. For our blessing, it caused a chill in the air, is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know that most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The awkwardness may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Concerning the length of time that clearly passes, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble. Well, it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there's no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Temple soldiers are sleeping soundly where they undergo treatment. They were too many to attend to at once. And the other healers will see to it all eventually. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone's here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields? I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. Extensive travels is something of an understatement. I suppose there's nothing else that he's doing.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I never thought myself much of an explorer. I suppose my adventures may have taken me all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing a nice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If this is the cold with the tower's clothing, I try to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her next we meet. Makes me realize, too, that while the people at Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there be any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Madeline? Madeline is, as usual, filling about me. What ho, chums? Think you're given something useful to do, have you? As it happens, I have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're about to scour Eblung Rain for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It would take forever to finish the job, without the benefit of my expertise. Or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably forget this, but we may as well humor him. Believe me, I'll be getting over there soon enough. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow. Not that we're after either, have we? Is that an ether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, but lo! What do I see? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl! A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. But surely not us. She wouldn't even know we were here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to follow her footprints. Let's see it. Know where you're headed. Oh, take these ones. Are we take shows with you? The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, and not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But would you be needing it yourself? No, I'll be fine. It's a matter of chivalry. My honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. there's that sheep cow thing. There they are. There's the twins. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, I thought she got inside the building, but the door doesn't look to be open at some time. She must still be nearby. So we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. We're to call out from the citizens and might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer if they got closer. We must do so without drawing her attention. And thus begins my sneaking mission. Chat's alright. Must be spot and look for it. My luck holds. I think I'm going. All depending on me. Just a little farther. You can tell I've done this already. Because I knew to do that. still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back! This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alvino, and this is my sister Alice A, and our good friend Relina. We have no intention of hurting or taking anyone from you, or anyone else. I will give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this! You did this to us! We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came here is to find out what happened here, in fact. The Tolofroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to the Garlemald, and the one that won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who hasn't been enslaved. How were you able to escape this Lofroy's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry. I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucina. As for now, I've managed to survive. I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, a terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. And the hells are, if your hells are real. I ran past my friends I don't know in all my life. Eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is the Victor's Spoils. Mansions for retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and mainly a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe and didn't know if you were. The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help? Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'll better tell the others first, though wait here. This is everyone. Seriously, as you can be trusted. But these are desperate times. We were forced to let those foreign troops into our home. Having said that, we need to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill. Perhaps we can take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Can you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we build on the gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the power? Yes, do as you will. sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all this happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up kind of a sweat with all that running about, so I'll leave space around the firewood for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we've nursed them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? All's well. All's well. I feel my belly and a song in my heart. What they need the most is a decent meal. We've food back at camp, but there's the distance to consider. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat the frostbite in their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. That would be a good cause, a good occasion to make use of Manalain's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. We should make sure that everyone gets one. The numbness is beginning to subside. I suspect once the fire dies, he'll return with a vengeance. Tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard all of the city? Though calling it seems absurd after what happened. There's nothing but ruins now. If your building's still standing, offer no more than a meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification. Imagine like this sustained has come to a grinding halt. Well, Machina that remains operational can't be run for the lack of Cerulean. Of course, Cerulean Egan's is full of this stuff. For all the good it does us, no one knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, well, sweet liberation. Is it poison? By any chance? 'Twas a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, where our brethren lay dead, or live on the puppy's flesh. First come the war, then come the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. And a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams as our beloved capital razed on the ground. From the rubble arose the disheveled remnants of the lavish find caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience reserved. I'll await my fellow cowards for a final judgment. I know an Elizin you're going to get along great with. A tincture? As a drink, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't know where you come from, I take it? We use those in the messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. There was the quality components grabbed from one of the finest stores. Sourced from Locus on Monaces. No, all used was since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music. And playing over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral home of Locus and Onius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes. We were always hoped to take back what was ours. So it's all a reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, our days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and he speaks to us through our radios. That was a cousin's strategy, faking his murder. He must have forsaken his catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What's this? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in the Latrium? I saw Legaeus Vargalla's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vargalia and our men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Let's see, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you see? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Alma stray has found its way into the house. It won't be the first time. With all the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals will be roaming out closer to the settlements. So it'll be known to attack people too. I've just an idea. If you and your set are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We won't need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the others offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Ah, yes, of course. Obviously, Annie, I'll be sure to show the way. 3 steppers down, you'll have to cross the lake. Nice and thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance could be tricky too, so it's either to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to hit there, please be careful. Alright, I choose Flying Unicorn! To the glorious land of God. Hello, Captain. Who goes there? How'd you find us? What do you mean, man? I stand out like a sore thumb. The pure bloods across a Victor's spoil hadn't given away our location. Never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Though the king could come here waltzing in there demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boots on the other foot, well, now the cavalry's gone to shite. So the resort is sending you to negotiate. I know your game sells, Sword. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Really? We're doing this. Everything's going to shit and we are doing this. Please, because I'm intimidated. Am I dead yet? There you are. Just after you left, Lucy asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've got a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Taper's Den. Well then, after you. Or is it Tapper's Den? It's probably Tapper's Den. Taper make it sound like spot for teeny tiny tapirs. Who are you? What happened to the gods? We have a Ronso! The Orsians! And rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Doesn't make any goddamn sense! Why in the hell would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Hear about you. Yangxia, Boja, Damasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against their wills, others fed bollocks about barrel life, all put to barracks ceruleum. I'll give them the esteemed title of Alan, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing to you, Garlemald, says we. Well, the only thing that escape, more or less unscathed, is cerulean still sustaining us, here with our paying masters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing cerulean from the bottom of the lake. How can you do that if it's frozen over? Would you you'd like to know? Trade secret, I'm afraid. At any rate, if it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what would they say in ruins? We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stay off the cold, it does sod also about our hunger. Unless we could trade it away. Speaking of which, Be sure to tell your contingent you got cerulean by the barrelful if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? If we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left of us. Nothing for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge of skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald, as we know, is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Elsewhere contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will be turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by the Empire's name, perhaps for the best is consigned to history. What are the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories. Should they be forgotten too? There's also be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, I'll see about getting some ceruleum. So, how are you doing, Captain? How are you doing on this completely normal and ordinary mission? So, you come seeing a ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up the Vickers spoils sent you? They turned to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about. Listen, sister? But we only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from what was ailing her. That she needed treatment. I doubt there's be any way to get around here. I may have refused Lucina first, though she came back with something to exchange. I can spare them a ball with ceruleum. Consider our reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, yeah? I can't for the life of me think of why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask her about that after we restore the ceruleum. Come, let's hurry back. Ah, you got Hades too as well then. I was so happy to hear Apollo's voice. I've not gone too far in. I've actually not even gone past the first area yet. I played a bit of it yesterday during the DDoS. You got to Area 3! Whew. I know I'm not. I can't even get past the first area. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone too far. Oh, God. What have they done to my boy? Statement I could say for both games, actually. Oh, absolutely nothing. They asked me to carry any supplies. When I followed them back here, they attacked me. God of guard, forced to defend myself. I fear they failed rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Wait in the wings for us to show weakness and then you swoop. Here to help, what rot. I'll employ to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We got bigger problems. I found empty medicine balls in a bed that was still warm. It's true. The same was hiding her successor inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The antiballs prove it. So the medicine ran out where she put her in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invaded our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our guardians should sooner die than suffer that insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupt by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them. But find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries. And theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Rob us of our lands, rob us of our pride. No, I will not allow it. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls say the same. Two sets of proof prints. Young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at a frozen lake. Whereas I chose this route, well, as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it would be for our ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's pull up and look for clues. Do you mind? The wet paper half buried in snow appears to be a flyer of a theatre group. The show was advertised has long since ended. Come on, me sparklies! But I am still trying to figure out how to use the staff in Hades 2. I'm really missing my bow. But I'm assuming I'm not getting with them alone. Blood-stained snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Must have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southwards. You ever prepared a weapon yet? All of those. Fantasy Victor theme. You did it. You found trauma. Died holding hands. The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
This is one of the points of Endwalkers that is just burned into my brain. From a lesson I've learned a long time ago. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? The only thing that could have been probably done better is have, well, not just come without anything on our person. Come with food and supplies. And probably not be us. Have it be Lucia or, what's his name? The actual Garleans. They have a better chance, at the very least. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send them someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let's linger here no more. Come. Overall propaganda, like they have lived their entire lives. That's a lifetime to deprogram. If they even can be. Though, there are definitely ways to do it. But it's not something you can do in an afternoon, St. Alphino tell me they have finished the preliminary search for survivors. We refrain from saying anything much more than that. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. But to ask you for your account.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Behold, radio.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What was your mother say? We'll let you 2 go by yourselves.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Something about Jollis reminds me of Titus, and I can't put my finger on it. Because personality-wise, he's absolutely nothing like him. And yet... Oh dear God, we have the same hair. Ah! But good to know the, hammers are wacky. And receive as invited guests, and I do so urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe returns take precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I expect no less, nothing less, than full cooperation. Look at this man thinking he's a... Elbrick. Several of the Temple Knights are all on a constant mission at present. We as Guardians have seen our fair share of frost in the past, so we're more ready for this icy bout. The Rothgar and Boja, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped though. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and then follow the road until we reach Limmel Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Relina. Relina. Where have I heard that name before? No matter. Alphino or Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're not to run. You're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Ready to make a dash for the station? Seriously, I don't know what it is. Is it just the head? Legend? We follow this. This should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface. Station, I presume. realize, Charles, I could summon a whale and just fly this, right? It's 4-seater and everything. This is it. This is the first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends are no better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Dormorum, and one of the main residential areas. Or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the center of the railway. Well, the route itself is straightforward. Getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They will attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we're trying to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons while I doubt they will be fool enough to stab their guide in the back. I'll not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. I see why your comrades chose you. Jealous, our contingent is a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people will need to be taken into custody that we administer the treatment, but they will eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake our one master for another. As far as I and my liege are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. That is an important thing about the tone everyone has here. The cynical are the ones who survived. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I mean what I said. These people deserve our only death. I stayed my hand before only for a desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still a higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Doody-doo-doo. Well, guys, behold. how they have become. We just stand there and claim that they can be cured. Those exposed to vast amounts of primal ether may have suffered severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. When they're this far along. Nobody danced around it enough. Behold. The great city of Garlemald. This was an empire, you know. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built on the ground. It's plain to see why they chose this place as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and Achilles was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food. Those supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Make like victor's spoils and must be cause a struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices! While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
I have literally befriended everyone who's my enemy.
Yes, sir.
I think the only two I didn't is Thornton and Nidhogg. Everyone else is now my friend. But one of them has big quotation marks. And is rather one-sided. Sir is pissing off the warrior of light on wise idea. What else am I going to do? As Lord Quintus instructed, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. When you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So you truly didn't intend to speak to the others? Or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. And there is... That's what you mean? Or perhaps you would doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats on the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, but let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. Piss her off, all the people have no longer appear to be. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alce will pay the price. Came with jealous, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you don't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city. For Garleans, by Galleons, for Garleans. Could teleport all over the blink of an eye, provided there were terminals nearby. These days, however, we use aetherite power to keep this place lit. Though that comes at the cost of its normal function. It's you! Rolina West Knight! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there when the Knight Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside by the dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Weird place to be doing this, but okay. So cold. It's you. It's me, Austin. It is me. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. Torn to sutures. Of all times. The worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If I weren't for the Lord leading us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilla's treachery cost us Lord Quintus his life. But we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar. The terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you call this mercy, mind intact but body broken. A soldier and name alone. They'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. How many people did you enslave? How many people? How many did you kill? Just because you can't take a swing at the king and miss hit. I mean, I can. Radio sees the same models as one of the victor soils. Does it say the soldiers here and being tempered? Did you learn anything of note? The findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I just realize there's precious little we can offer at the present. I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me to tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, they can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve them in that way. I've never been this cold or this hungry in my life. Well, Garland almost built in frozen waste to say himself was always warm, inviting place. All he once had is in ruins. I recognize the strain. It's about to be suplexed. No matter what we tide of my daughter, that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of thoughts. So, those who may have fared no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't lead them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings plain in the matter, and far clear, but he must recognize that they're in no position to refuse help. Maybe Jealous could persuade them. Though we need to persuade Jealous first. Either suplex or going to mid-car. Well, seen enough. Jealous? The people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event it's sold in. Still, going out and getting it is desperate, dangerous work. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern. But we have some ceruleum set aside. It's all stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, but one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the healing they need, those in poor health are going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured us a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Has something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace. What stands in his place? We have identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, instructing them to join the forces with the original 4 legions to repair a combined assault on the Telophroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running to the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At that rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements even reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree? No. We will not make place Garlemald in the den of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum side. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You're a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. His park materials. We will begin the search of the ceruleum in Rigo Brasini. The first location is Forum Solace, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times, and act only as ordered. Follow me. Yeah, I think that is closer to the 7s trains than it is 10s. Not 10s, 6s. Thought it might be. It's got that diesel punk aesthetic going for it. But with like a giant snowplow. Oh, good estate. So, yeah. If you look down that way, you see smoldering ruins, and if you look that way, also smoldering ruins. Here's a park. So this is the park. I'm surprised you found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. Those were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Emperor, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract the ceruleum from the wrecking armor? No. We've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the safe for every last drop. And while I don't expect you to find anything here, I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. You see, then with your permission, we'll commence the search. Hey guys, we're in Emmett's Park! I'm sure Emmett would be very happy to see what's happened to Garlemald since his death. Whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. At least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain. Or something the man himself used to sit. Not that it wouldn't matter. Who are you? I can't help but wondering. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war mech, armed with battery or weapons and capable of transforming to different configurations. On closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. I don't imagine there'd be much need for men to take in the park of all places. Then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. I may have had this strolling, but I've yet to consider. Like keeping the park warm? On children play areas, to your knowledge, however, none would require use of early. Oh, as a shorthand, ceruleum is basically 14's oil. You probably figured it out already, but I just thought I'd make it clear to if anyone was struggling. Where is this? Aha! It's a shop. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall, as was built for children to play as shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There are no signs of any ceruleum. Highly surprising, but needless. Disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Yes, I mean, no, it's just... I just don't bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was here to stop her from freezing over. It's like all the other children. They just had to wade in and splash about. You see it there, if I didn't drag them out, they'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And then every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. Would the ceruleum powered heater by chance? I suppose it might have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear. It wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. When the machinery was likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the reason why it hasn't frozen over. That waiter is still unbearably cold, though. Julius? What are your thoughts on magic? The average garden would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first saw it has a few foreign signify and medicae, so it doesn't bother me. But I think you wouldn't mind if I employ a little down. Alpha, as you know, about lack of finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a glass of verifier should be doing the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. There's nothing so involved in distracting on process or relay for a frozen lake that, like all the tappers do it. We're talking shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, that's you, Dip. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll fight it in no time. Maybe the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. That's saying something concerning who my brother is. I can't follow your enthusiasm though. Let's do it my way first, and that doesn't work. Perhaps then you could try your method. With Alphino's help. Oh, secret! That's called. Perhaps we should have listened to tell us after all. You delved into murky water, but come up with empty handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Got it. Open hatch to retrieve a cerulean tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost. As you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emitting from every limb of your body, Jones would doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver it to him your prize. This is what happens when the designers aren't allowed to do their Hildebrand. Hello, say. You found her? There might be another one around here somewhere. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it! There's still some sort of room left. Ah, the fire's not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Tell me another dub, but it goes by Fire Iron Reborn. My clothes are almost dry now. I appreciate you recovering ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus' eyes, you're still invoiced deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted. All's well that ends well. Jealous, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did not. I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire, awarded an estate. But he lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. That was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we were always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers come and went all too quickly, and that brief respite, the ice would melt and forgotten grass would make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies some mornings. We climbed to the top of the tallest buildings we could find just to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead and those memories. Am I going to reclaim even a fraction of what once was had? Soon, our chance will come. We just need to last a little longer. Alright, now you've recovered from your escapades in the pond. There's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of the various types of war machina. Well, my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units. Those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time. That time being now. Rather than pry them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'd gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the Magnus ceruleum gauge and see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether it's worth an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Alright, well, let's check the obvious one first. Nope. Whoops, I forgot to actually read that one. Alright, Jealous. I need grenades. They still have full. We have plenty, depending on what's perspective. Either way, Giles will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alphino are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Elsie will be fine, provided they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. Then task files of Legionnaire Marcellus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details. In those words. As I see to that, meet me by the exit. You again. That's the eel. Is it? So, that's the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. What do you want from me? That's the eel. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. They recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I'm ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. That wasn't ominous. Have you done as instructed? Duty is a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though. Whether we will require to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Oh wait. Behold! A car! This took Lilith completely out of the game when he got to this. Just a completely ordinary car, it's just here. In ruins, but here. Jonas lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave, and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. So cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alizé.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfeno. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the 1st Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
I have no love for violence. Also, I'll say, at least I'll have a 2-story building to stab animals. Dad? Fuck that. Also, I'll say, casually throttle his brother. So we won't die now, right? We'll consider it. I'll make no attempt to resist. I just returned from guarding the airships and now I've got to keep an eye on the captured Imperiums. Maybe a bit of chit-chat will help lighten the mood. Our song reminded me of Snake here. I'm pretty sure Metal Gear Solid did play a lot of influence on Endwalker in some ways. And it was probably that the radio theming there that gave you that. As well as also the slow build up for it. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Well, we do have a fortune teller. That should help with that. This section kind of looks like an MGS game when you're not looking at playing. Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I am dressed like a genome. Well and truly, just with a cape and a sword instead of a gun. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were praying for a war with the while the refugees in the care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they were sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, it will incite panic. Perhaps we could be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave. But for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alvin or Alice and the scouts sent to extract should already be at the station. I'll also have our comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. We're getting dangerously close to it. And I really should start the next stream with it. Alright. You can do this, Sam. You've already done this. When I first started playing through this game, I had hoped that we get to see Garlemald at some point. Just to, just to fully experience it. Well, do I know, by that point it was, well, it was in the game. I'm proud of you, Graha. Oh, I don't expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you best see for yourself. Alina, Eulus. We arrived just before you did. And too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After news about the 10th, you lead us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. Tancred and the others are assisted by the soldiers and seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be prepared for burial. You've released us from our duties. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, we're... Just this moment spoke with Lucia. We're ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass. Should they be willing to accept our aid? Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We'll speak to the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone would prefer to stay, we could have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others. We'll see them reach their camp safely. That's what will happen to his family. The first was all Eulus had left. Not even that's been taken away from him. He's not alone in that, either. There's a comfort in having someone to follow. Someone to lead. Someone petted me! What? I think we'd end up just taking the first legion themselves. Or what remains of them into our care. Not so long ago, such a thing would have been inconceivable. But these are strange times indeed. There's expansion, you can visit Garlemald. As a city, right? As a city, right? I do hope the Elsebar contingent actually makes some kind of difference around here. road's covered, don't you worry. Things may get chaotic out there, but just take it slow and steady, as you can, alright? Man, the Estenian, Raha, Urianger, Thancred, the Gunbreaker dude, and one of the pugilists. They spared no expense rescuing the twins. To employ healing magics would likely invite catastrophe, as thou cast a test from experience as victor spoils. Indeed, the Gallians view our ability to manipulate the ether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. At least the pain proves I'm not dead yet. Everything's going to be alright now. Best not to dwell on it. Not when there's work to be done. This is what happened. Why? Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer will likely fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands. Perhaps in their eyes the very cause of the suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. I'm not angry, by the way, Ori. It's just I'm surprised someone would do that. It's mostly done to Lalafels. As creepy as that sounds. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance of I see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you. Please. Well, got the aetherized sword in the end. All it took was a few adjustments and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I could tell, the one in Latrum is also functioning as normal. That's what you are saying, isn't it? Don't know most of us packed up and leave this place. I reckon there'll be more of use for me and my skills at your camp. It's you. I want to treat me with such kindness. I heard from the others you're not going to be around here. You're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Well, it makes a difference now. Pure bloods, migrant savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. Until all you are left with is anger, and fear, and hate. And I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Our pride, our culture, our knowledge, all of it gone. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass. What we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. Oh, that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Like the 12. Like the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempers skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our little Munson friends. I'd save it for the temper, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you're taking care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at camp. Like a unicorn ride, a cure for Melina's depressive mood. Yeah. Flying high. Time for this. To be fair, this one's tempered. You can't help it. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down with much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome. Those change to keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind the praising of the sea of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information for our recent scouting forays. I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Oh no, they've been abducted. Oh well. Still waiting for the 2-hour cutscene review in the park. Patriots just Shiva. Melina. I was informed that Quinta's suicide. It must come as great shock to those men. One of the refugees. I thought some of the receptive of our proposal would hear your first-hand account. And so many did not hesitate to accept proofs how desperate the situation has become. We do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They'll be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Preferably notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under direct orders from the legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would have tried his war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps, by taking his own life, he had hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. And it falls to us to clean up the mess. We're here. I mentioned a few months ago, one mission. When I first did this mission, I broke. And I broke pretty bad. This one affects me in a way that no other mission in this game does. And you'll understand why when the true mission itself starts. So I ask you all to respect why I'm not going to talk about it. And I'm probably going to be muted for a good little bit of this. And that you do not ask questions about this. Trust me, this is to help. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now we have procured the ceruleum from the Taper's Den. The recently required heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we have prepared sufficient food for everyone. Mr. Tachi shall find a hot meal waiting for their return. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable wielding a lead or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out your Stola? She was recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. No, you're seeing this, alright? You're seeing this. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the warrior light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard of your own well-being. We're all fortunate none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, I'll commend their bodies, but told their experience of exterior on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, for nor must we rush ahead in the eagerness to see the day won, and doing, invite disaster. Fuck! Right, I need to sacrifice one. Never! I take good care of myself. Flashback to swallowing too much light. I mean, it worked out in the end. Well,
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavourful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter. I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered! The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor. at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are. You bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
I think I'm gonna take her up on that. Well, the internet was right. The costume helped. The costume helped. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good. Though I won't promise the same of Daniel or Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, descends down. She wore that costume to humiliate me. Oh, it was such a delicious suppose your experience is a little bit different, though. Unlike you, I had the pleasure of being stuck with La Habrea while he was gallivanting about and doing a poor impression of me. Adds another layers to the inside, believe me. I don't really have, anything else to give today, so, next week, barring DDoS attempts, so it'll be Monday again, we do the Tower of Babel, and we fight Anima. Hope you all enjoyed. Let's go find a raid target. Unfortunately, all my usual ones are still recovering from Colosseum, so don't really have much room for there, so hope you all enjoy learning about paleontology. Yeah. It still hurts me, that one still hits me pretty hard, so don't really have much to say other than hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Cheery bye. Oh, cheery, cheery. Cheery bye.